Welcome, everybody. We are live once again, and still alive. All right, ABC FIGM. There's no astrobate here. I don't know where he is. Mr. Coffee. There he is. There he is. The gifter. He's hiding. 50 gift subs. Mr. Coffee with a new badge. All right, guys. Without further ado, I will introduce this Simul to you. We're hosting Classical Simul, the I Am Sparklehorse Twitch, Simul. Almost forgot to make random color. 15 minutes plus 40, 120 extra minutes. So it's a long Simul, up to 3 hours. Weekly Simul with I Am International Master, that is Will Pascal, that's me, versus 25 players, Classical, Twitch. It's unusual that Astrobate's not here. We've got no London. Do not play if you cannot stay at 3 hours. No bleeping cheaters and no flaggers. And by flaggers, I mean people that are playing for the purpose of trying to win on time. I mean, I understand the time is part of the game, and if I lose on time, I lose on time. But this sort of the whole thing where you're only playing with this one thing in mind, where you're trying to win on time. I had a bunch of players kind of play badly last week. They seem to be trying to gang up on me and just try to win on time, and it's not like that. The problem is the other simul givers who play fast simuls, I think, create this false impression that that's what you should be doing, whereas we're just trying to play good chess here. Juicebox Wizard, what's up? So please don't put time and trying to win on time above just trying to play good chess. That's what I'm asking by no flaggers. We've got good luck. Please support upcoming journey to Sicily. Since I'm always broke, I need your support. Streamlabs.com/Sladgie/tip. You can donate to support our upcoming World Senior, and it's almost here. It's actually about to be October. It is October. It's not about to be. It's about to be October. No, it's already October. And we've got 24 days, I believe. 23 days, because I'm leaving on the 24th. So the World Senior donation bar is not correct. We've got to reach 2,200, and we're 69.78 of the way there. So I appreciate your support, guys. We're going to start the Simul. And, alright. I just copy and pasted something very long I didn't want to put in there. Alright. What did I do? I just did it's showing my Twitch page now. Great. I don't know why it does that on Firefox. It won't do that, but on Chrome it'll switch windows. I don't think Firefox will do that. It just stays on one tab. All right, ABC FIGM, Amoeboid, Corporate, Jeroen, good to see you. Pirate with the caveat that you better not play for time. This is your last. You're lucky that I'm forgiving. This is your last chance, Pirate. And Ruslan Bear is another one. I should really give these guys a break, because they're two of the worst flaggers in the Simul. Pirate and Ruslan. Please don't put. Mr. Coffee donated. No, that's from last stream. Well, that's still good. Alright, Mr. Coffee, you still got your $30 donation up there. Move 11 gift leader for this week, Nedog, Bijak. So Pirate and Ruslan, you're really on probation. If you do it again, I just accidentally put water chat in. If you do it again, you're gonna get your soul condemned to chess purgatory. Don't try to flag me above playing chess. All right, because I'm playing 25 people. It's not a one-on-one game, where it's like, okay, you can play for time. G South subscribed to tier 1. Thank you. Thank you. What's up? All right, Eric Stochev. Good new player. Good to get some new players in here. I am not going to accept people who are playing other games. Miyamoto Musashi, okay? Ruslan Bear, your last chance not to play for flag. We got a lot of players who are lower rated. That's cool. Usually it's like I'm getting overwhelmed by 2100s. Astrobate, subscribe to tier 1. You're going to the bathroom. Slendrina forever. Or for Ava. I don't even know. Is that Slendrina for Ava or Slendrina forever? Is it like from Boston and forever? Paka. Alright. Slendrina. And Nudge Papa. We got the 4. Astrobate. Sybil Dorset. How many is that they've got in there? So you got Amoeboid, Coprolite, Nudge Papa, Slendrina. That's 5. So that's like 100 for every account you have in the Simul, basically. You're debating taking a Xanax or staying up to watch the Simul a bit. Do both. Take a half a Xanax and, just chill. Allen Chess. We played this account before? Okay. Obama Pyramid. Nefidov is here. Yes. He's been crushing me lately. And no playing for time, Nefidov. I noticed that you've gotten faster. I don't know what happened to Hey It's Miro. It seems like his account was closed. So maybe he made a new account or something. That's my new theory. Hey, sorry, Green. But you are from UK. What are you guys talking about? Oh. By no flaggers, I mean people who are putting flag ahead of the game. It's not a one-on-one game. If you collectively play for time, you guys can make my life pretty unpleasant. So, what is London? Where is London? I think it's in the UK. What's up? Can you hear me out there? Green is great. 0.5 milligrams, maybe once a day. Sounds good. Well, 0.5 milligrams, you can take, you can take a half. Take 0.25. No, he's right, G-Souths. I mean, I never took Xanax, but I've taken something similar, and I would think like 0.5 milligrams would be about right. But I'm not a druggist or druggie. Sounds about right for benzodiazepines, but what do I know about pharmaceuticals? That'd be really expensive. I don't know about expensive, but it would be pretty potent. But better than taking fentanyl. All right. What do we got? We gotta get this thing underway. Damn, here we go again. I keep closing my windows. No bleeping cheaters. What does bleeping mean? Mr. Coffee in the Simul. Resin Inspector. Sorry, louse. No louses. Imre again. Imre's blocked. Yeah, he was doing something like flagging me. Hello, Master. Well, at least you can call me Sir. I like Master better than Sir. I think I've got allergies or a cold. I don't know which one it is, but it's kind of hard to tell. It's been a pretty bad allergy season here. Pollen count was very high. So I don't know which it is. Alright, Sujit Kumar You're not. You are. Jumanji. Alright, you're in. Green is great. Lots of nice and low rated players. For a change. Cyrano Yeti. How many players are we up to? 19. We got room for 6 more. Number 2. You were number 2 on the Twitch list of live streams. Really? What do you mean, like, on lichess? Water. I have to get my coffee, guys. Don't let me forget. Before we start, my coffee is cooking. And we need 6 more players. Guys, please donate, support the stream. We've only got 24 days left to raise 64. Did somebody donate something? $64. No. 24 days, $650. What's that come out to? Like $25 a day or something? Alright. We're about to get started. Accept me, please. Oh, Eric dropped out. Accept you, please. Okay, accept. Water champ. Alright, water champ. Are you a water champ or a water chump? Synced them up. This is a player who played before. Alright. Synced them up. I'm gonna get my coffee. I'll be right back and we'll go. That was fast. Fast. Alright. I am really just waking up, literally. And I know I look good today, so no comments on the hair, the t-shirt, whatever. We're here to play chess, not comment on my appearance. Alright, I know I don't look good. I don't need to be reminded. So, Devilfish. Devilfish doesn't have enough games. That's the problem with Devilfish. Universal Galaxy. Alright, guys. Hendry Boys, that sounds familiar, but yeah, I did play them before. Okay, I like to see repeat offenders. Then I know, if I know that I've played you before and you didn't abandon the Simul. I don't know what league chess streamer number. I just put my TV on Twitch, and for a change, you're in the homepage number 2 slot. Number 2 slot. Do I want to know who was number 1? Right up there with Amaranth. Alright. 23 players, 2 to go. What did we get? Schumacher is here. Yeah, there are those of you who like kind of tend to come at the last minute. Schumacher, nice to see you. Where is our number 25? Donations are welcome, please. I know. I mean, I get recommendations, and I also have followed channels. So I don't know. Yeah, I agree, Selin. That's why I ask people to have at least 100 games. And I don't like to play always the same players, but chess riddle. Uh-oh. Obama's playing. I am not going to accept anyone who is in a game. That I think is not a good sign. Alright. Nalrose Nur. 24 and 1 to go. Yeah, no, Devilfish doesn't have enough games. Yeah, I know. We talked about this before, right? Dave Olliott. Move 11. Are you in? Are you in? I just happen to have a spot in the simul for you. No, I mean, I'm just saying you can play if you want to, because I have one place left. But we lost someone. We're about to start now. Oh, it's not tea, yeah. It's coffee. This is a big-ass coffee. Alright. I'm probably not going to be able to sleep until like 3 in the morning because of this. But I need it really badly. I was playing poker all last night into the morning, you know, losing. Losing as usual. Rutro. Resident Inspector. Oh, Resident Inspector. Were you the one that dropped out? Okay. Now we have 24-1 to go. No. No, I played really badly last night. I was totally crazy. Really tilted or something. I don't know. Worst I played in a while. Alright. You see a 2300 there. Yeah, there's a lot of 2300s. I was thinking of playing in Hungarian Team Championship this coming weekend. I wasn't going to do it, but you know that I think about it. My team league is starting, and I was not going to play at all, and then I decided maybe I'll play the home matches. And my team captain was like really wanting me to play. They don't pay me enough, but with the World Senior coming up, I thought maybe next Sunday, you know, and the following Sunday I should play. Take a break from poker for a couple weeks. Because, I mean, seriously, like, it might be good for me to have a couple tournament games before I go to Sicily later in the month. Selin, thank you. 10 bits. We haven't had a... Can you stream playing World Senior? A World Series of Poker. Well, I'm not going to the World Series of Poker. I'm going to the World Senior Chess Championship. But I guess you could. I don't know. Yeah, we might unleash the Kraken. I think we should. Ideally, I think Kraken best, you know, for taking out maybe like a booked up, slightly weaker player. Although, you know, I did have bad luck with it. All right, guys, we're going to start. Someone keeps falling out of the list here. We're down to 23 now. So I'm going to accept... Earth. You know, it's nice to see people from Earth. Corsica. And one more. But not someone who's playing already. Never see anyone here from New Zealand. That's very rare. Oh no, it's Pitcairn. Alright. I'm going to take Nur. 25 players starting now. Good luck, everybody. Please don't forget to... Man, Mr. Slow's not here. Oh, that's a bummer. Although he's a tough opponent. He usually donates to support the stream. It hurts without him. He usually donates to support the World Senior, but he donated last week a lot. Or this week, I don't know. So, anyways, we did get 10 bits though, so that'll make up for my recent poker losses and help build toward the World Senior. Okay. You got 25 on the list for change. You got 25 on the list. What does that mean? Alright. I didn't make all games white. It's I guess it's nice the way it sorts. Here's a Kraken. I'm throwing in a few Krakens. The Kraken is an opening I've developed. It's basically a spin-off of a couple things. It's a kind of hybrid between the Pierce and the St. George. And I've even figured out a way to kind of incorporate E6. But I mean, I just want to play that in a few games just as something a little offbeat. Thanks for the list there. Where's Uber Driver? Uber Driver never plays in simuls. Okay, Uber Duber. But I mean, I'm thinking like, last year I played the Petrov in one game. It's okay, for example, if you're playing a really strong player. That's what I did. But I really need to win, If you want to win the tournament, you've got to play for a win with both colors. The problem is, like, what if I face a strong GM with black? It's like, this is a strong tournament I'm going to. There are, like, at least 20. It looks like there's around 20 GMs. I'm ranked. It's unclear. I would think I'm ranked around 20 something. Like last year, I was like somewhere in the early 20s in the field, or maybe 19th. I can't remember. It's not clear because the groups aren't. Oh, Asterbate is here. We picked you off already. We got 25 on the list for a change. What does that mean? Kraken reverse. Thanks everybody for playing. Just don't focus on trying to win on time, okay? I mean, I don't want to see anybody with like 10 minutes more than they started with. At least like use your increment. So what's up? I haven't been following the chess world at all lately. I've been focusing on teaching and thinking about playing the World Senior. So I haven't been following like the outside chess world. It does strike me that since a while, I've kind of lost track of it. World Championship, ugh. It's not going to be fun to have World Championship without Magnus in it, man. We had that already. It's just not as fun without Magnus now. Ding the Ren. Sort of pseudo world champion. Alright. We should practice our Petrov. I hope this is not Nefedov. I don't expect to play the Petrov more than maybe once. Only in the case I want to draw. Sicilian for the win. Kraken for the win. This is tough. Did I tell you guys no London? White, we're always playing for a win, but I play all different stuff. I was explaining to this group class I had My preparation is more like anti-preparation. I like to make my opponents uncomfortable. I don't sit at home, except for the Kraken now, developing my home prep that much. Because I can play anything with white. I don't know about the Queen's Indian. Accelerated Queen's Indian has brought me no good results. That was last year's. That was kind of like last year's thing. I find it most difficult to play black side of d4. Every time I play a GM, they play d4. And every time I seem to lose. Since a while, we lost like... Yeah, Benoni is not a bad suggestion. But again, if you're talking about average players, it's okay. But again, if you're talking about playing it against grandmasters, I think there's a reason why, like Veselin Topalov is pretty much like the only top player who played the Benoni semi-regularly. The anti-Sinkfield U.S. Chess Federation. Wait, what is that? I can't stand Sinkfield. He's worse than the U.S. Chess Federation, which was always bad. It's not like the U.S. Chess Federation is bad, it's just pathetic, dude. Mr. Coffee, serious coffee today. I don't know, man. If I turn on the air conditioner, I start sniffling. If I don't, then I'm like suffocating here. We have tourneys where muds women pass out drinks. Oh man, that's great, Astrobate. The Budapest I played in Blitz. I played it once when I was stoned. That didn't go well. One of the only chess games I ever played under the influence of... One of the only tournament games I ever played under the influence of marijuana. And, yeah, that didn't go well. A little too creative. But I don't smoke. That was a long time ago when I was in college. Yeah, I've never played the Budapest other than that one game. Ironically. I like to play it in Blitz though. I mean, it is a fun opening. I like it, but the outdated use Chess Federation. USA. I live in USA. What do we call it? Nefedov playing the Slav. Okay, Benoni. Wow, someone played the Knight A3, the Vigensov. I don't remember what this is called. I played it myself a couple times and had it played against me. It was popular like 15 years ago. Budapest declined. Anyone who like declines the Budapest Gambit is like out of their mind. I mean, I'll do that occasionally in Blitz just for variation, but Knight A3. You know what was weird? When I faced this, I tanked forever the first time I faced it before I knew it was a thing. Or maybe I even knew it was a thing, but I hadn't thought about it. It was weird, man. I tanked forever. And then I played like Knight C6 against this guy. It was at the US Open in 2006. He later became a national master. I mean, he's not bad. But what I didn't understand is like I played Accelerated Dragon a lot, and like why it didn't occur to me to like play G6 over the board. I really don't understand. You know, a move I would normally play anyway, and it just like didn't occur to me. It's also good against A3. Budapest Gambit got its name from what, like tournaments here at the end of the 19th century. I don't remember exactly. Budapest Gambit. I think Marazzi played it, but I'm not sure he was the first. Around 1895, 1896. I think Pillsbury played in a tournament in Budapest. I was looking at Days of the Habsburg Monarchy. But I'm not clear on who was the first to play it. No, I mean, I think the Budapest is not good enough as a tournament opening. If you're like Mamedyarov, you can play anything. Who? Now Dutch. If I could trust myself, I would play the Dutch, but the Dutch has a huge learning curve. It's like you have to devote your life to that opening to be good at it, and you're gonna lose a shitload of games. Everybody is gonna lose a lot of games playing the Dutch. I think in the process of like getting past the learning curve. Dutch is okay, but I think you really need to be like an expert. It's not like just something you whip out there once in a while. It's a great opening, but yeah, like Dutch is a good suggestion. Benoni and Dutch are most aggressive. King's Indian is difficult. I've played the King's Indian a lot, but honestly, the Grunfeld should be a good opening too. Who was saying that I turn Camel Culture hasn't been here in a long time. I saw his sister was streaming again. I don't know why he doesn't come. I guess he's busy, but he used to play in our tournaments on Tuesdays. He's like a national master. Alright, knight f6, c3, Sicilian. That could be ABC, FIGM. This is the Pirate. Smell of a Pirate. Sea of Thieves. I think you could always swing into the Dutch with that 5. I really detest playing against the Jogo. It's just so not fun for black. Who plays the Najdorf? Guys, please donate, support the stream. We're up to 69.78%. Schumacher, probably the Carol Khan guy. No, I mean, Dutch is not what I would call drawish. What happened to Snedsteg? He's not here. Mr. Kofefe. Astrobate, Mr. Slow Hand Grind. Mr. Kofefe. I didn't realize you used the name for your last donation. Alright. I can't play the Catalan every game, sorry. Sorry about that. I like the King's Indian. But I just haven't had time. Wow, White's like playing d4 here. That's gotta be. What do? You take the pawn, right? Man, is that for real? Can you really sack that pawn? Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn. If d5, queen a5 check. D5, queen a5 check, knight c3, knight takes c3, b takes c3. I don't understand. You could decline this. I don't understand why I've never faced this before. I mean, I don't use this move order very much, but man, I don't remember ever having faced this even in a blitz game. Off the top of my head, I think that White gets kind of typical compensation if I take the pawn. Maybe it's not nearly enough. Another question. Okay, knight takes e4, d5. Now my knight has to retreat back to b8. White is down a pawn. My knight is just sitting there on e4. It's going to get hit by bishop d3. Then I'm going to have to move my knight back, and I'm like up a pawn. All right. Again, I'm really surprised I never faced this. Although it may not be good enough for slow chess. There are very similar lines in the bishop e5 check Sicilian. Naj Papa or Oni Boy. Which one? Naj Papa? You guys just like share your openings, all 5 of them. You're playing 5 people who are the same person, and they just like they share their openings amongst each other. It's really crazy. How can you have like multiple personality disorder and then share amongst your multiple personalities your opening repertoire? You would think like all 5 different personalities would have completely different opening repertoires if you're going to be consistent about it. They all play like they're all capable of playing the semi-Slav. I'm so bored of facing this. And then you play the Benoni and you get this. You should should say you try to play the Benoni and you get this. My Blumenfeld series repertoire. Gonna play that silly gambit. Tricks are for kids. Okay, 95. Bishop f2 check, king takes, knight takes e5. Yeah, I mean, I could play this. It's legal. Okay. Basic, boring variation. Cult of personality. The boulder with knight e2. Boulder going where no one has gone before. So anyway, I was thinking about not playing poker next week and playing in the Hungarian Team Championship. Fish group. National Championship, 2nd Division. I really do need the practice. Last year I got absolutely destroyed in the 1st Division. But the year before that I was undefeated in the 2nd Division. I played very, very well 2 years ago. I wasn't going to play, but I think maybe I'm going to play the home games. I'm not going to go get in the car. They will not get me in a car on the Sunday morning. Next week there's a game on the outskirts of Budapest. Okay, I'll get in the car for like 10 minutes, but I'm not going to go on some long trip on Sunday morning anymore. I really do need the practice. Okay, so it's like playing knight a3 in the c3 Sicilian. Knight f6, e5, knight e5. But I have to say, I mean, I hate playing chess in the morning. But my team was like begging me to play. Every week I have the same sensation that I don't remember who plays the black side of the classical Sicilian. And then I'm like, oh yeah. Alright, I don't know. I'll just play the Sozin. For Uber driver. It actually seems like a sensible way to kind of play this. The knight on e2 doesn't inhibit the f pawn. I imagine black is still fine. Okay. Alright. Bijak, is that you? No, this is ABCFIG. Okay. Queen's Gambit declined player. No open Catalan. Oh, God. I'm just going to guess Bijak, but do you really play that? No. Yeah, I didn't think so, but I had no one else to guess who plays the Caro-Kann. This is the player from UAE. The United Arab Emirates. Was it 7th grade? My 7th grade geography teacher? Is that right? She was obsessed with saying that. All right. I've had a couple games in that. That's annoying. When they take back with the e-pawn instead of taking with the knight on d5, we can't get an IQP. This, another familiar... I thought it was Snedsteg who played this with black. Modern. So much for the Grunfeld. I missed my window to play the Grunfeld there, whoops. Anyway, I played the King's Indian, sort of. I used to, anyway. This is not a traditional Catalan. Black's bishop's on f5. It could be Nefedov. Let's guess Nefedov. I don't know. It is him. I wasn't sure because he likes to play g6 a lot. I mean, I would think that Nefedov would normally play g6 here. He likes to play those symmetrical Grunfeld type positions. So this is a little bit different. Yeah, I mean, this is not really... I mean, as far as I know, black's considered to be pretty equal here in these type of lines where you play bishop f5 and you can play e6 and c6. I mean, technically it's just a London. It's just a London in reverse. Thanks, everybody, for not playing the London, by the way. This is some kind of weird gambit, man. I want my knight to go back here. Bishop c4 doesn't look right, though. That's a really bizarre move. I mean, I would think you'd want to play your bishop to d3 and keep the c4 square free to support your pawn on d5. On the other hand, like, it does certainly discourage me from, I guess, playing e6, but it's not necessarily a big deal. I could still play e6 if I wanted to, but what is my yeah, it's pretty dangerous, actually. I mean, White's gonna just play castles, rook e1 really fast. I mean, I can move my knight to d6. It's gonna stifle my whole queenside development. It's like playing the vulture up a pawn. I don't know. See, this is... it's a weird move, but maybe it's good. I mean... d6 castles, knight f6, rook e1, or g6 castles, bishop g7, rook e1, knight f6. Man, g6 castles or bishop g7, rook e1, knight f6, even d6 is possible. How am I supposed to, like, develop my pieces here? This is disturbing. I mean, I feel like I might have to play e6 for lack of a better option. But man, e6, bishop f4. There just is no good option for black here. g6 castles, bishop g7. Alright. g6 castles, bishop g7, rook e1, knight d6. Bishop wherever. At least I can, like, castle. I don't really like it. You asked for a pizza to be cut into 7 triangular pieces. 7? That's insane. That is truly insane. It goes against the principles of nature, Astrobate. G6 Sosin. Say what? Is this one of those, like, I can take and play e5 things? Oh no. That's not a good move for white. This is Pyrat. We guessed him along with Astrobate. You can't just play the check defense against everything, you know. I rephrase. You shouldn't try to force this opening against everything. You enjoy 30-inch cheese pizza. "30-inch waist." By myself. Alexa, order pizza. You can play A4. Ooh. Yeah, that's awesome, Masturbate. Bubblegum soda. Vanilla float. We found a store on Friday night that had vanilla float soft drink soda. Yeah, so Nevedov plays. This is really the classical way to play with black here. It's boring, but very solid. I had a game where I beat Kashishvili like really badly in like 20 moves with black. I don't know how that happened. He did something pretty bad. Not easy to lose with white in this type of line in like 20 something moves. He fell for some tactic. I mean, but how? I don't even remember how it's possible. How is it even possible to lose with white so quickly? Maybe he did. No, I don't remember. Yeah, this is a painfully boring line. It's hard to do anything for either side. Now enough is enough. I had homemade pizza. Oh no. How it's her? Wait, are you saying now it's here? Howitzer. Oh, howitzer. Like the cannon. Uh-oh. So that supports supports the E5 D4. No, he's already played C3. E5's not a threat. I'm fine. Don't play knight C6 too early. Uh-oh. Fruit fly. My tummy hurts, Asterbate. That pizza is pretty rough, man. I think I might have some kind of like thing where I don't, my body doesn't like wheat flour. Starting to develop. I never had a problem before. But if I drink like a wheat beer or eat pizza with like a lot of wheat flour, it makes my stomach hurt. If I drink like normal beer, it's fine. If I eat like white bread, it makes my stomach hurt. If I eat brown bread, I'm perfectly fine. What is that called? When you have trouble digesting wheat, that's not lactose intolerance. Wheat intolerance. The cauliflower pizza. Glucose intolerance, that's it. It's glucose. Gluten. It's real mild, but I think it's a thing for me. Just like my stomach hurts if I drink. The other day I drank like a wheat beer, and it just made my stomach hurt. One wheat beer. I don't think it's as serious as celiac disease. That's more just makes my tummy hurt, eating wheat. Whereas if I eat rye bread or some kind of like brown bread, I'm fine. But I never had any kind of issues, it's weird. I mean, I could always eat whatever I wanted, and it had no effect. This is only something that happened recently. Getting old sucks. I love me some pizza acerbate. Bone pain. Muscle cramps. Go to WebMD. But you talking about pizza made my stomach hurt. I'll have to order like gluten-free pizza from now on. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. It's fine. Yeah, Nefdov loves this type of position. He loves it. He lives for this. We might have had the same game. We probably had the same game already. C5. Black can play either queen takes queen or even queen a6, which is interesting. Stomach pain. It keeps coming back. Goat's milk and goat's cheese. Well, the lactose is another thing, but I'm good with that, I think. Yeah, but goat's cheese is fine. sheep cheese. Get stem cells. I don't think I'm in like an economic position to have like stem cell treatment. That sounds expensive. Do giraffes really make cheese? I bet you can have giraffe cheese. Did giraffes? Giraffes. What a funny animal. Alright guys, I'm losing the thread here. We're kind of slowing down. And gotta speed it up. Speed it up. Alright. A cool 5-10 grand. Just a few donations. Bishop takes f6 is overrated. Yeah, I mean, bishop g7 is solid. What? Oh, your pawn is already on d6. I'm trying to capture en passant. I'm such a noob. That's the problem with Simul. Sometimes you like forget. You forget like where you were. Twice I tried to take on d6 en passant. I get the message, okay? That's not a legal move. I don't know. I kind of underestimated this move. I mean, I feel like it's weird. Seems like I'm just burning a lot of time lately. Maybe we have an idea though. So for example, if I play bishop b3, black has knight to g4. I don't have a great way to defend the pawn on e5. I wish I could take. I just want to take en passant. If I take on f6, you take on c4. You have a bad structure, but the two bishops. I could also play queen f3 though. That actually looks kind of interesting. Now h3 was played. When did he play that? Yeah, that's pretty early, but it's okay. h3 is okay. Illegal move. Arbiter. Yeah, I mean, I always feel weird about playing bishop e6 in this type of position. Wasn't it like g5 last time? g5, take, king g7, knight c3. Bishop e6, queen f3, rook h8. We can do it. Do it to it. And then my plan was this, because it's a tempo. I'm going to be right back, guys, so hang in there. Yeah, back and better. All right, pawn sack variation. All right, another bishop sack. See, now this player is getting on my nerves. But that was Nur. Yeah, really fast play, very sensible moves, but what is my plan? The self pin. What about 95? 95. I love my rook on c1. One of the team. This is Launch Papa. No. Schumacher would have been a good guess. Oh, G South, sorry. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to leave the stream for like 2 minutes. Alright, this was the idea. Wow, E5, not good. A3, obviously very relevant move here. That's right. So if I ever play D5, I get E5'd, and that's a pain. If you play E5, you're playing the Roy Lopez. Man, I just drank too much beer yesterday. I drank a lot of water too. I don't know why I'm so thirsty. It's not like I didn't drink water. Hydrate. Alright, so bishop f4. This is kind of a rare move for this type of setup. Not a bad move, but it doesn't really do anything. The dark square weaknesses in this position are just massive. He wants to play queen b6. You could never what? Drink too much hemlock. Hemlock. What does that make me think of? Hemlock. Is that poison? Man, black just played queen c7. Drink the hemlock. Can never drink enough hemlock. Wow. This is a mistake generally. I don't know. I think we're gonna take a break from Friday night, Saturday night poker, Saturday night drinking. I've got matches I can play the next 2 Sundays, and then I mean the World Senior is right around the corner. So basically, we're looking at where the hell's my calendar? The heck is my calendar, dude? Can I see the freaking calendar? Why can't I see the freaking calendar? Alright, I'll use the other one. Today is the 1st of October. Alright, it's not the 10th of October. So we've got a match on the 8th, a match on the 15th, and then I'm leaving on the 24th, so I'm obviously not. We've got simuls. I think we'll just like pause poker for a month and focus on chess. I'm just happy to get out of the center there. Socrates. Socrates. He was Socrates. I played Rook B8 a little early there. Now what do I do? He was such a crazy guy. So crazy. That's Socrates. Alright, so bishop b7 is like what I call the solid methodology here. I played passively with knight d2. Solzhenitsyn. You can't get much more solid than this for black. Okay. Wow, that's one of those team guys. Knowledge Papa. No, Resident Spectre. Oh, Resident Spectre forgot you had move confirmation on, and I'm playing from my phone, which means I just noticed my move wasn't in. So that's why your clock went down to 5 minutes. I thought you were one of the team. And you're just trolling me. This is like Marshall match. Rubinstein Marshall. Rubinstein Dosidmirsky or some shit like that. Rubinstein like was killing Dosidmirsky in this game, and he like got bishop takes f6, g takes f6. And black tricked him somehow later and won. What am I supposed to do here? Bishop e2. Passive, isn't it? Kind of. Oh no. This is Amoeboid. Sundering, same thing. I should get credit for that. I should just say the cartel. From now on, we're going to do that. Because it doesn't matter. Like, they're all the same. If I say one, I might as well say the other one. They're all the same person. He did the match. That's funny. Acerbate, you're funny. Well, Halloween's coming up. Acerbate's favorite holiday. Dude, I'm going to be in... I just realized I'm going to be in Sicily for Halloween. It's funny. I must have been in Italy last year for Halloween, but I don't remember. Why don't I remember that? It's not like they celebrate. But I'm hoping I can go swimming in the sea. Even in early November. I really miss the ocean. That's what I'm thinking, Mr. Coffee. Maybe you're right. Maybe last year was a little bit later. But I'm really kind of not sure now. Whew, that could be in trouble here. This was a good move to play Queen F3. It happened the same time the National Congress was happening there? Really? I mean, that would put it at Thanksgiving. Uh-huh. So it's possible it was in November? Huh. Yeah, a whole year ago. I can't remember just a year ago. Unbelievable. So that's sweet. I played h5 against you last time, right? Well, folks, it's been nice knowing you. I have to resolve my queenside issues here. Man. He did the mash. This coffee didn't really do that much. I guess I would be passed out now without it. Kia Motors. G5C. Now that's something. G5. Totally logical here. The fearless one, knife it off. There's one little detail, like I could play b5 theoretically. But it would be a pawn sacrifice. I also have knight to d2, which is probably standard. Standard. Goodness grape juice. You know, that was the last thing I thought of. What if he plays e6? That's fine. It's going to be very hard for black to complete development. My plan was king g7. Who the heck is playing this with white, by the way? Who would play this with white? Do you want to guess? Wow, your fan is very noisy. Probably is a little noisy. I got two computers here. Yeah, laptop fan. Sometimes it's like the processor is revving or what, you know, it's like yeah. The G-Souths can't be the only one who constantly detracts from the stream by complaining about extraneous things. We need someone else to do it. Are we gonna bet this is him? No, it's Green Great, the Green Grocer. Green Great, Great Ape. Green Great, what the hell am I doing? Z. Green Great, sacking this pawn. And he's 1300. Damn, bro. Yeah, I don't know why my laptop fan is kind of revving. It's as if like it's like the processor's running, as if like I was running an engine or something. Yeah, I agree. That's not normally. It's not normally doing that. I don't know. Maybe the fan needs to be cleaned. I haven't. It's a relatively new machine, and I never really think about it like, oh, it's an old laptop, and I need to like clean the fan. But now that you mention it, it is loud, and there's no reason for it to be loud. I mean, there's nothing running really. It doesn't really have any major reason to be revving. Nothing actively running in the back. Windows security, everything's cool. There's no. Maybe the fan was just blocked or something by some books I had under the laptop. It is louder than usual now that you mention it. But anyway, I gotta focus on the simul, guys. Don't distract me with this crap. This is not the time for complaints about fan noises. Nor is ever there a time for that. Yeah, this is a tricky opening, man. I mean, he really has compensation. It's not a joke. Now c5. That's a surprise. I really expected e5 here. This standard. It's a little quieter now. Yeah, but you're right about that. That wasn't typical. That's the kind of noise it would run if like Stockfish was running in the background. Like it was really crushing. There's like literally no programs running except for Streamlabs and Google Chrome. There's like background, but nothing's running in the background. Okay, so what's this c5 about? It's a bad Benoni for black. Speaking of Benoni, we've been here before. A lot of Benonis today. This will be mate. You're not going anywhere. Astrobate, that's not very nice. Knight f3, queen g2, rook g1, queen h3, rook g3. Well, I don't know. Like I have an option here to not take the g2 pawn and play like queen h5 as well. Somehow that doesn't seem consistent. Queen h5. Alright, so queen g2, rook g1, queen h3, bishop g7, bishop g7, rook g7, bishop g4. Good luck with that. That looks like a fun pin to get into. Alright, I shall take the pawn. I played a weird move order here with early rook b8. I'm playing like freaking Ivanchuk with the white pieces there. Yeah, the laptop, it's fairly hot. So maybe it just has built up some dust or something. Knight takes b5. No detractors. Only tractors. Okay, so bishop e3. I could play a3. a3. If a3 pawn takes pawn, that's a problem. So what am I supposed to play? This is ridiculous. Like, he's moved his queen twice now. Just twice? Is that all? If I move my king, it's not enough. He takes on d4. And then he has discoveries. No, nothing crushing. He has knight g4. Okay, I can play king h2. Park at your own risk. Yeah, this is really not a good line for white. And I can't remember what I'm supposed to play. I think it's bishop d6. He took the pawn. Yeah, that's what I expected. You know, well, black really wants to trade queens. But I mean, what is he going to do about his development with this bishop unable to go? I would say black is like lost. Essentially lost. Lostest. He's lostest. Oh, this is funny. We've had this before. Alright. Now you played d5. My man. The e3 poison. You're not going to get too many people who do that, honestly. For the most part, anybody who plays this non-Benoni, I don't think I've ever had anyone pull the trigger on d5 after having played, like, you know, the quiet sort of setup here. You get b3 almost every time. Having said that, I mean, it may not be really that bad for white. I think it's going to be, like, reasonable for white. $1,300. Now that's what I call 1,300. Fearlessly sacking a pawn with an innovative gambit, forcing me to sack it back to have enough mobility and space. And he's used no time for the whole game. I did play this player once before, is that right? No. No, I did. I don't remember that. It must have been a long time ago. You're down with peace play, huh? This is Corporalite? Yeah. I told you guys, this is what Corporalite does. This personality doesn't create... It's like playing bots. It doesn't create weaknesses like the other ones. The other ones hardly create any weaknesses. But the Corporalite is programmed to play the most solid possible game, essentially. Robotron 7. I thought Neffy would take on d2. Extreme support knight. Neffy, the Loch Ness Monster. I could play f3. It's not a big deal. Knight b3. If knight b3, chop chop, and then he sticks another knight on e4, now I have an issue. Well, in my free time, I like to watch RV walkthrough videos. $1 Million Coaches. What kind of millionaire? Millionaires live in trailer parks. It's a trailer park millionaire. Trailer trash millionaire. It sounds like a good idea for a reality TV series. Bishop f4, preventing the e-pawn. The movement of the e-pawn. Oh my goodness. Did we say this already? This is it's not Ami Boyd. Sandrina, same thing. Yeah. Usually Ami Boyd plays the what's it called? The Averbach system. Red Averbach. E6 anyway. I think that's a thing. Like take, sack a pawn. That's actually 2 pawns. B5 I was thinking. B5, pawn takes pawn, A6. But it's not really the best Benko. So what the heck are you supposed to do? Ask yourself that question. I don't know, man. There's always rook e8, I guess. Uh-oh. Rook g3, interesting. And now if queen h5, rook g5. And the queen f5. Interesting. This must be theory. Theory, Acerbate. You've studied the theory. I want an RV. I said, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Donkey. Are we there yet? Rook e8 is getting popular around here. Around here. Oh my God. No. Hold on a sec. Triple sec. I can play knight a5. Right? Hello. Are we there yet, donkey? I have to ask the question, like, I mean, is h3 really necessary in combination with bishop e2? It looks incredibly slow. The time. around here. It's that annoying Counting Crows song that went on forever. Got way too much radio play. That was... Remember that? That was annoying. C4, no. I'm not gonna do it. You're not gonna trick me with that truth stuff. Okay. Roller skates underwater. Classic underwater roller skating. Oh man. Alright. Yeah, this could easily have been Rubinstein-Marshall match. Uber driver would be excited. Is it Frank's? Thanks. Have you ever been to a Frank's? Isn't there like Frank's Drive-In or something like that, Astrobate? Speaking of roller skates, is it me or is that a thing? Boy, this looks familiar, doesn't it? Kind of familiar. What is this? Sleepy time. What am I thinking of? A&W. We used to have an A&W drive-in joint. I think it's still there in Harwich. That was there as long as I can remember, back to my childhood. They didn't do roller skates. I think that's a California thing. Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic Burger. Dude, what's up with Rookie 8? Wait, I don't understand this position. Queen A5 check. I mean, this is normal, right? I have to play Rookie 8. I mean, what other move is there? Oh, right. Okay, Rookie 8, Knight D2. Queen A5 check, Knight C3. I always get confused. The owner of Frank's knows my friend who owns a body shop. Always makes our order special. You're making me hungry, Astrobate, and homesick for American food, man. Mr. Coffee needs to send me a cheesesteak. I miss American food, I have to say. America. Rookie 8, Knight D2. F5. Queen a5 check. Why do I get so confused by this opening? God. Okay. We're done guessing people's names here. I'm going to turn off the chat because that's distracting. Guys, please donate and support the stream. We've got 10 bits today, so that's good. This is our last day of the week. Move 11 leads with 6 gift subs. Nodog 2. B-Jack 1. You would, but I'm broke. Me too. I would donate to myself if I wasn't broke. And make it look like, you know, I get more donations. Prime the pump, so to speak. As some streamers no doubt do. Why do I have trouble memorizing this? Queen a5, check, knight d2, queen takes b5. That doesn't seem familiar either. That's not right. Queen a5 check, you have to play knight c3. Now, for example, rook e8. Castles, bishop takes c3. I don't get it, man. It's like white did something wrong. This is watching the grass grow. The grass grows greener on the other side. I keep thinking, like, man, Tal must have hated playing against this type of crap. Alright. Defeating Keto Kings Indian was very, very popular, especially back in like the 50s and 60s. It's amazing. Like, if you look at old master games in the King's Indian, like, nobody played the classical King's Indian. Almost everyone played G3 against it constantly. That's a neat move. Queen e2, Acer. And that really wasn't necessarily what I wanted to see here. Give me that bishop. Do I really want it, though? I guess. Oh man, I don't know. This is awful like the other game. Awful like. The greengrocer has... He's still all over me here. Jesus Christ. Should I play f3? Now there's a move I completely missed. Wow. That is not what I wanted to see. However, I think even after messing this up, I'm still doing pretty good, pretty well. The rock. If I could, I would play c5. I know that it's done as a pawn sack. Fianghetto. My house was part of the Fianghetto in Budapest. Actually, both of my houses. I'm not Jewish, but I live in a traditionally Jewish district of the city here. Queen c7. Right, you're just threatening c5. You learned this week that you guys don't have euros. I wonder why. Maybe it's because of our corrupt government or something like that. It's easier for them to manipulate the currency if the euro. You know what I mean? They can do funkier stuff by not introducing the euro. It's easier for the corruption here to not introduce the euro. I think that's basically the premise. I'm sure if it would benefit the powers that be, they would have tried to get the euro in by now. For me personally, I don't care. But forint is pretty. The Hungarian forint has been pretty volatile. Up and down, and up and down. For a while, it was looking pretty good, but it started to cave again. Yeah, I'm just using the flag for supporting it. Exactly. But I'm not that far. Budapest is not that far from Ukraine. Obviously, we border Ukraine. Yeah, I like to take a political stand if I believe in something. Well, I live in Hungary. Speaking of politics, Slovakia just re-elected their old anti-European, pro-Putin prime minister. It's really a disaster. Though the previous government was a disaster too for them, so but regionally it was a very important election yesterday. Although Slovakia is a small country, relatively small country. Now there's an openly pro-Russian, there'll be an openly pro-Russian prime minister in a Euro country. The guy is a disaster. Whatever. I don't know that much about Slovakian politics. It's funny too because he hates Hungarians, and they got all the Hungarians to vote for him. It's really pretty messed up, if you think about it. This guy who openly dislikes Hungarians, and the Hungarians voted for him. Nothing makes sense anymore. Okay. This is not the place for that. You might want to try a political stream. I'm definitely not going to discuss nuclear war during my simul. I have 47 minutes left. Are you serious? Personally, no, I would hope not, but that's all I'm going to say on the matter. At least, like, they'll end our suffering if we destroy ourselves. We don't have to read the bad news every day. So there's definitely a positive outcome to a nuclear catastrophe. It's good for the planet if people, like, destroy themselves, ultimately. Don't talk about brown beer or any beer. That's worse than politics. We don't talk about beer today. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll go to the open file. This is a funny position. It's happened before. You're the one. And you're the one who's actually talking in the chat. I've had this at least 3 times where we win with 95. It's a funny position, though. It's very cute. Funny, it's not a laughing matter for black. See, that's why you shouldn't have been thinking about politics, focusing on the chess. Oh man. Now we're gonna go to full chess mode. Alright, Amoeboid threaten me with B4. Wait, this has gotta be totally standard. Your own playing a bad Benoni. No such thing as a good Benoni. You were in Rome last week. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? Alright, that's corny. Well, I'm going to Italy, obviously, in a couple weeks, 3 weeks. Greco-Roman wrestling. Wow, dude. You're just asking for it. Please kill me now. Okay, bishop h3. Pawn h3. Rook h3. King g2. And then the $1 million question. Where is my little dog gone? When did Ruslan start playing sharply with white? Man, can't believe it. This can't be right. Bishop h3, queen d7. Phew, bro. Bishop h3, pawn h3, rook h3 check. Nils, what happened to you the other day? Weren't you on the stream, and you wanted to analyze the game, and then you disappeared or something? Guys, don't forget to donate. World Senior Fund. We're still only 70% of the way there. We only have 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, till World Senior. Literally 3 weeks, and it's like 3 weeks and 2 days. 3 weeks and 3 days. Holy shit. Oh, you haven't played. I misunderstood. I saw you make a comment and I just like assumed you said like you played a game or something. You actually said, yeah. How's your ADD? Is it better? Okay, theoretically, theoretically I have a move here that isn't like a violent attacking move. There is the plan, the standard plan. I just don't see bishop h3 working. I wanted it to work, but that's not enough. Be the ball. You can't just like will things to work in chess, or anything for that matter. I'm gonna have to do the other thing that was the original plan, I guess. Say I do the other thing, then he does his thing, and then I do my thing and he does his thing, and I do my thing, he does his thing, and I do my thing. Alright. NetOg, what's up? The OG. NetOG. OG. Ernesto OG. Why do I want to play knight g4 anyway? I mean, it seems like kind of a stupid move. Could play c4. I've been thinking about that for a while. It would completely change the complexion of this position if I played c4. He could take it, I would take on e4. I even think that's... It may not even be that great for black, objectively, you know. But he's not really threatening anything, so maybe I'll just go with b5. After all that, he moved his queen a third time, hunting my king here. Guys, learn command. Anyone who's interested in lessons, NetOg just tipped 69 again. No way. Dude, are you sick? Wow, that's so generous. 69. Win, win, win. Alright. NetOg, you did it again. You did it again. $69. Thank you, man, so much. I really thought Mr. Coffee was going to take a knight. This is Mr. Coffee. Gucci Pigeon. Of course, Mr. Coffee. Mr. Coffee's been studying. Nice job. Queen c2 looks good. Thank you, NetOg. You're always arriving too late. So white played h3 now, just when I was starting to get scared. Right? Resident Inspector, okay, now what happened? You missed your move again? I don't understand. Once he like missed what was happening, but then he did it again. What's up with this? Allowing b4. He's gonna try to play e4 himself in the future. And he's just not creating any weaknesses. So what do I do? NetOg, that is so generous, man. $69 again. Thank you so much, dude. But guys, You can also support my stream by taking lessons. Or support my efforts by taking lessons. If anyone is interested, I've had a lot of people coming and leaving and going and coming back, and there's always a possibility. Sometimes I'm booked, but sometimes I have times available. So if anybody like really wants to learn, hit me up with an email and we can work out something. A3. Yeah, simple weakening move. But what do I, how do I get in there? How do I get in there anyway? E5 doesn't really do it for me. Don't like that. B4 takes with what? What do I take with? If I take with the rook? It's definitely plausible to do B4. Plausible. Bad Benoni. Okay, E4. Amoeboid. Probably not the main move here for white. I think usually white goes with like the queen c2, rook b1, b3, etc., etc. He's playing e4. And now I want to break on the queen side. Yep. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, castling, huh? Corsica wants to go castle. No castle. Gooch. The Gooch. I don't know what happened to Gooch. We had this fraternity brother. We used to call him Gooch. He was a good guy. Okay, rook takes b4. Knight takes b4. Rook takes b4. Your other rook. What's wrong with rook takes b4? Someone tell me before it's too late. Wow, he didn't take the pawn. She, it, they. Sandrina's pronouns are unclear. Two bishops. Wow. Yeah, rook g3 is... That's a kind of annoying move, honestly. I don't really have a move I like here. Like king f8 or something. Speaking of moves I like, what the heck is this position about? Man. And if I just do nothing, Nedog. Shit. 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 Always makes me think of Vlad from Harvard Square. I love the way that Vlad would like combine curse words into like one word. Alright. I want to play rook b4 just to stay active. Damn it, he has a move there. Wow. Man, that's unbelievable. Rook b4, queen f3, rook b5. But then what? Queen takes f7 check, king h8, and now you need a killer shot. But what is it? Where is it? Where is it? Rook e1? Rook e1 is pretty nasty, man. Queen f3. Makes me seriously question my existence. Rook e7, bishop f4, rook d7. That is a totally funny position. Rook e7. Another possibility, though, is, rook e5. Rook e5. f4 anyway. Oh my god. I really don't know what to do. This sucks. Rook b4 doesn't work because of queen f3. Rook b5, queen f7 check. King h8, and then rook e1 at the end. When I'm just like barely like not getting mated on the back rank by what, like bishop d7? That can't be good. Actually, I have no moves there. It looks really bad. Rook e7 holds. But bishop f4 is very awkward. There I would have bishop a6 maybe. Bishop a6. Alright, we'll do it. I don't like it. I have no idea where I'm at there, but it seems playable. Castle. Guys, I gotta play faster, okay? I'm just gonna... Can I request an adjournment and seal a move? Absolutely. Feel free to do so. OMG. That's sick, dude. Really. Yeah, there's something weird about this game. Takes, knight takes. Knight cakes. Are you kidding me, dude? High score 17 in Puzzle Storm. Okay, if I take, you take with a knight, and I'm getting mated. Not necessarily. I have a move there. Well, I know what I should play. I don't know, I guess I have to. It's scary though. I say, what's up? Queenshead Castle. Dang rabbit. Is white threatening me? Well, a5 is okay. And Lunch Papa purposely using all his time. Been here before. Similar positions in the past. How do I develop my queenside pieces again? You don't. Alright, great. Okay. It's bishop f4. An alternative. I was thinking e5. Yeah, I had a game this years ago. I can't remember, it was against a Hungarian player, and now it's like, I can't remember who it was. I think strong I am. B6, bishop d3. No, it was like d4, bishop b7, bishop d3, d4, bishop b7, bishop d3. Bishop takes f3. But there's also bishop d3, but what do I do after bishop b7? What's the deal with that? Nah. Okay, dokie. Is there any sense in knight takes e5? Not unless you want to lose a piece, I guess. Would be the moral of that story. B3. That's fine. Pawn snack. Scooby snacks. Scuba snacks. What do scuba divers like to eat? Alright. The pawn diamond. Hoppa. You almost snuck me there. Queen c1. You're in. Practicing my Dutch. They like to eat scuba snacks. That's pretty stupid, right? 95. Because of course. Because he can. Yeah, I've been here already. Ooh, Amiiboid is just letting me do it. You know, he's just letting me do the queen side. What is happening? Wait a second. He's just dropping his c pawn. Wow. That's unbelievable. Has to be doubling down on the G file. Use that G file, bro. You go, girl. G file-a-thon. I think I have to move my king. G file. OG file. He's a madman. He's looking menacing. He's looking menacingly. So the question here is bishop d3 or bishop e2. I believe I played bishop d3. Right. You can never be too greedy. Black is in a very dangerous place in this game. You're in a dangerous place, my friend. Everything looks good. I'll have an everything burger, please. Whoa. Clamping down. Yep. That's a nice move you got there. Wow. I mean, wow, dude. I thought I was better, but I hesitated too much here. Bishop g5. Bishop g5 is probably just a massive loss of time. I should have perhaps opened the position by e4. Letting him clamp down. It's a bit slow, what I did here. A little too slow. Shit. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I saw that. Menace the Dennis. Bishop a6. We miss Hey, it's Miro. Hey, it's Conspiro. No, I suspected Hey, it's Miro like got frustrated and quit chess or something. I mean, what the heck? You know what though? He did make a new account once before. But I don't know. Do you have any evidence to suggest that he was banned? Is there any way to tell Mr. Coffee? I mean, if someone just closed their account or they got banned, I mean, there would have to be some kind of... His games didn't look sus, no. I mean, he did it once before, that he closed his previous account and opened a new one. Not because he was banned or anything. B5 anyway? Oh, God. I don't know. The line of demarcation. How's our Sladgie square? Sladgie squares. Sladgie snacks. I'm taking too much time. Again. Brutalish. How does that work? Another e4 pawn. This is getting popular. I love it. All right. You're gonna regret that, man. Hey, what's your name? Close to panic. The greengrocer. How does this work exactly? Okay, that's a good move you got there, bud. What I really need to do is like play c4 somehow. The eternal question. Wise, I have nothing. Nothing. Wise guys. Oh yeah. It's not one of those things, is it? Oh no. Risen Inspector. He fell. He can't get up. You need to have like some kind of bishop move or something to distract me. Draw. How could you, Nefedov? I'm afraid to decline his draws at this point. He might get angry or something. Start buying me brown beers. Wow, Schumacher sacked the exchange. Okay, it's totally... That is totally for sale. Compensation. Comp and circumstance. I like it, but what do I know? A3. I like my compensation, but I'm not sure how to handle this exactly best. I gotta play faster, that's for sure. Bishop A3. You could even play G6, couldn't you? I could. Oh no, another nugget. I got me another nugget. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've won that game already before, so it's kind of feels like cheating almost. G6. Gosh darn it. Acer bait. He was acerbic. Bishop G4, Knight H4, triple exclam. Just exclam. This doesn't do anything. Bishop G4 forces into play H3, which might even be a good move. But I have to do something, I guess. Because he's kind of threatening that. Alright, whatever. So, I take, you take, I take. I take, you take, I take. Compensation. Okay. There it is, the surprising Queen F3. Who would have thunk it? Wow. You're kidding me, right? thought about that, of course. A5. Completely makes sense. Draw. This isn't happening. Draw. Obviously, it's a draw. Okay. Yes. Sire. Miley Sire. How do I hold the e4 square? Don't, man. I mean, I like my bishop here. Can we attack? Can we attack him? Like, knight h5? It reminds me of a Schieberspieler Acerbate game. No, you don't. Oh, yeah. You have counterplay. Counterspiel. Spiel. No. No. Spieler. Wow. Oops. Krakenspiel. Gustav von Krakenspieler. Yeah, boy. Faster. Holdy moldy. Wow. Another chance for C5. Another day, another dollar. No. What? No. What about no don't you understand? Net thug. Yep. I just realized my laptop is not making as loud a fan noise, but fan noise, let's make some noise. Fans. Bishop takes is not a good idea here. What's the problem? That's a neat move. Krakenovich. Acebate's really getting the hang of this thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Damn. No. Castle. Castleized. He was castleized in stone. Okay. Knight g5. Oh, yeah. Alright. Would you like to play e4, sire? Is there anything I can do about it? Better question. I don't know. I've been known to speak Hungarian. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I don't think I should do anything too fancy here. Rook b8. Okay. Well, that could get a little weird. H. Yes, this is a fearful player we're facing. He's a standard 1400 who offers draws when he's down a piece and is completely not afraid of anything. Being down a mere piece is not going to slow him down. I would assume I'm better here. Nothing special, but a little. Mojo. Mojo Jojo. Okay, draw. I mean, I'm a little bit better. It's not much. I'm talking like fractional. If it was just a few games, I would play for a win there, but it's not much. I mean, I realize I have like a very small advantage because of the time situation. I'm okay with a draw there, but I would be surprised if I don't have a slight edge. Now my rook is trapped. Okay, you moved your king, so congratulations on that. You guys know how much I love flying insects. Yes. Holy pattern of crazy moves, Batman. What in the heck is that? Been taking any good drugs lately? Time you. Oh my goodness. Check. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oof. I don't like that. I don't like that. The new pirate. He's different than the old pirate. Jesus, dude. This is pretty funky. Lockdown mode. Oh. Uh-oh. Cutman? Dude, what is your deal? Takes rook g3? My knight is hanging. You don't say. Bullet chess, anyone? Wow. Queen c2. What does that do? All right. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Houston, we have defense. Damn, he's still alive. Jeez. It's unbelievable. Where's his queen going? Yeah. I don't know, I had some sort of hallucination. I could move my rook to g8. That's great. Weird. Pretty weird. What does c4 do? Mm-hmm. Wow. It's a neat idea. Oh my god. I got in c4. It's a little bit late, though. Later than I had hoped. He didn't grab the pawn. You are not welcome. Wow. How can you do that? What about the king side? Oh my god. totally missed this. Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ. He's a genius. What? Oh my god, my A pawn is hanging. Are you freaking kidding me? Hendry boys? Wow. Alright. I thought I already moved there. No comment. Wow. This guy is just getting stronger and stronger every time. Speaking of which, you had that move? Oh. Oh no. Are you kidding me? That's great. All hail the one move threat. Oh, yes. Knight h5.
Yeah, he saw it. He saw it. You found it. Congratulations. Yeah, you got it, man. That's pretty funny. Knight f6. Wow. That's a nice move you've got there. He sees everything. Can't get in. What, you have a defense for that? No way. Can't believe it. Son of a bitch. Alright. What? Right. This coffee just keeps terrorizing me. Wow, he has that. What? What is this guy's deal? Wow. Pretty unbelievable. Oh my god, are you kidding me? You offered a draw? That's nice. Rook d8. What? There's an answer for everything. Rook takes c5. That's typical. Man, I don't know, dude. This guy became a master overnight. Phew, bro. It's really bizarre. What? Well, you found that move. That's impressive. It's going to be hard to come back there. I think in that one. Queen me. Where are you going? Exactly. Queen d8. Shit. Wow. Oh no. Symptom up dropped in exchange. Your run is really cagey. Nothing here, huh? Holy shit. My whole plan's shot down. Well, sees everything. That's my pawn. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty impressed by this guy. You gotta say. I mean... Okay, the knight is not great there, but... B4. Wait. Oh my god. I mean, this guy, it's too much, man. It's too much. I might have to disallow him from playing anymore. I said this last week, but now it's really getting out of control. Except for the stupid opening, he's playing like a grandmaster. What? Okay, takes, rook takes. Oh, that's all you need? Wow. I like this line on the 4th rank. Where am I supposed to go, by the way? Queen E1? He saw that. Guy sees everything. It's unbelievable. He sees everything, literally. How does he see these moves? Well, I'm lucky to get a draw against this one. This guy's playing better and better. 1300 blitz. Yeah, okay. Of course he is. Knight f4 check. Holy freaking shit, dude. You're the only one who's gonna beat me with your lucky moves. Unbelievable, dude. This is the second time he got lucky against me. With the same simul. It's such bullshit, dude. Every time you have a bad position and you get lucky, just because you're flagging me. This is a grandmaster playing black. You're 1468, my ass. You're 1468. Why are you cheating now? You didn't used to cheat. Damn, dude. It's like his uncle is playing and he's like a 2300 or something. You're not allowed to let your uncle play on your account. What don't you understand about that? C4. Speaking of uncle, I mean, come on, dude. Another one, a man called Uncle. The rapid fire moves on their way from the totally lost position. Wow. This guy's fast, too. All of you guys are fast. It's pretty incredible. Inscredible. It's inscribable. He's like pre-moving against me. Dude, that's gross. There's no need to do that. Wow. He's not a grandmaster anymore. Well, that was unusual. Okay. I think we finally got one. Well, someone actually has less time than me. That's hard to believe. Rook h6 check. Yikes. Can you stop that, please? I guess his uncle's gonna let him finish this game. After he equalized. Uncle Buck. We've already talked about that. Check. Oh my god. Did not see that. Queen a7. Holy freaking shit. Queen a7 on the board. Seriously? At least he's 1800. Make sure to pre-move. Phew. Okay, so this guy's speed player. Resonance inspector. Check. I don't like that. You're getting in here. Not good. That is not the good.
You're kidding me, right? It's like you just play moves for cheapo effect. Holy shit. I went here and then I hung my pawn. I could have played queen f2. Dude, how lucky are you, bro? Every time I make like the sickest blunders against him. Holy shit. How much more could I blunder? This is almost like he just wants to torture me or something. He's only giving me a chance there. Wow. Check. I should be winning. Okay. Uncle Buck is not going to save you necessarily. Wow. Goody, goody. Another blunder. Great. That's great. They're just coming in waves now. Waves of blunders. Ooh, that's a good move too, isn't it? Okay, so this is finally under control. Where's his knight going? Carlsen Magnus. Wow, that's lucky. I was probably lost here. I mean, I might still be worse, but I don't think so. This is tricky. Trading queens. Really? Wow. Oh no. Take, king there, king there, king there. Take.
Well, I can always move my king first. That's going to be a problem, though. Even e5 probably wins. Takes and e5 takes. King takes. Takes and e5. Takes. King takes. King c3. Yeah, this should work. Uh-oh. Reminds me of a game with Heinrich Danielson from last year, where he almost got mated against the two bishops. This is not so simple, man. Till my next blunder, that is. So, king g6, king d4, king h5, king e5, king g4, king d6, king d4, king h5, king e3, king g4. So what is this, a theoretical draw? No, can't be. Could it possibly be a draw? Could. Next blunder. I think king g4 is possible. I'm only down 3 pawns, it's not much. But black's position is strangely kind of awkward. Huh? Yeah. Oh, I get it. I get it. Still, it's pretty complicated. Knight takes d4. I have to prevent knight takes d4. Rook b1. Oh my god. Rook g5. He found that move. g5 takes. I can take. What? Wow. Okay. He sacked in exchange. Really? This guy used way too little time. He had interesting chances. Sorry, I missed any kind of like donations, gift subs. We had Awin Chess tipping $15. Thanks for that. It's a good game. We're still playing Awin Chess. He played really well. So, still alive, but not by much. What's the last cheapo? The latest cheapo. Can I get away? Get me out of here. And we might be winning that. Blunder? Maybe. I don't see a lot of options. Alright. Now. Rook d2. Other moves. In other news, he's turning rook d3 check. We've got it down to just 4 games. Score is better than I anticipated today. 15 wins, 5 draws, 1 loss. Oh. That's the way you want to play it. Check. This is complex. I mean, trying to win this, not that easy. But it should be possible. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. We're up to 1619. 73.6 of the way there. Thanks to Nedog and Awin Chess today. In place of Mr. Slow, who was on chess vacation apparently. Check. Where's the latest cheapo? Mate? H6 is tempting, isn't it? Actually, so is A5. So is King F6. Rook's behind pass pawn. Check. Yes. Not a lot of choices. I like it when I don't have any choices.
It's much easier that way when I just have one move. Oh. So is this a win if I trade?
Also, interesting is d5. Take, king g8, d6. d5. Takes. It should be a win. Uh-oh. King e6, check. King takes d6, takes, king takes, b3, d6, oof.
Speaking of oof, wow, he has a fork there. That's a nice fork you've got there.
Defending everything. It's no problem, I'm only 6 pawns down. What could possibly go wrong? 6 pawns down. But the central pawn seems kind of important, no? We want to confuse him. Book c5. And blockade. Stalemate. His king can't get in front in time, right?
Ooh, bro. I don't know about this ending, if it's a draw or a win. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll try to be back if I live through till tomorrow. Right. Yeah, I'm just going to take your pawn, of course. That was the plan. So he's got everything covered. Literally everything. This was the one move I was concerned about. It's alright. Don't panic. We're not gonna panic. We're in time.
Check! Oh, you had a check. Imagine that. Uh-oh. Really need that pawn. Your other pawn. e4. Things are getting interesting now. It's about time for a blunder. Damn, dude, you're like the biggest cheapo artist of all time. It's all he does is play for cheapos. That's so crazy. Constantly with the cheapos. I swear to God, it's like he's Uber driver or something. Had that suspicion in the past. Uber driver's 5 accounts. Wait, what? Wait, I have rook tc4. That doesn't work. It used to be this. Now we're winning. Cheapo masters. Check. Yeah, Uranus. Got stalemate. You're freaking kidding me. I just gave you a stalemate? I didn't. I didn't do that. Would it have mattered, though? Would it have mattered? I could have sacked my... I could have sacked my rook. I should have sacked my rook. This is a huge blunder, rook b1. If I play king takes c5, it's a little unclear how fast I can do this. Is it stalemate now? No, not necessarily. It's not stalemate. God damn, I'm freaking out. He has king g8. Oh my god. I'm such a freak. Seriously. That's so stupid. Stalemate. Yeah, well, except for the fact that he has a legal move. Jesus Christ. I'm getting tired if I start imagining their stalemate. There is that slight problem with king g8. Rook g8. He is allowed to play king g8, fortunately. That's dumb. Alright, that was a dumb thing to think. Well. This is... Well, does he have a move here? Rook e4? Wow. Careful. Alright. He found it. Another trap. Just unlimited traps. Traps unlimited. It's like... Okay. King up. King me. It's interesting how this player has a better score than all the others. You totally favor this account over the other ones. Isn't it weird? That's like his favorite account. We should check them all and see like which one is the oldest. Was Rook e5 check winning the exchange? Well, what?
When did I have rook e5 check? Oh. Whew, bro. Winning the exchange, it's like winning... It's winning a whole rook, isn't it? It's winning a whole rook. Check, king f7, knight d6 check. Check, king d7, knight c5 check. I win a whole rook, not just the exchange. But he surprisingly dropped a piece here as well. His king. Mate. That's the weirdest account, man. I mean, sometimes he's like turning into a genius and then he goes back to being normal again. This is just insanely annoying. Pfft. How good his score is against me. No one else has a score this good against me. It's really out of control. It's not just draws, like there's tons of wins. Zoinks! I mean, his score is like crushing. It makes Mr. Slow look weak. I saw this couple the other day. They reminded me of Scooby-Doo again. Okay, why am I panicking here? Because I don't have a freaking move? Is that a big problem? Bishop somewhere. Well, should be winning. Famous last words, right? If I play h4, h5, d7, takes, king up. Gotta try to find one move that loses. So, king h7. King h7, king f7, h5, king f6, g4, king f7, g5. We'll eventually force our way in. Oh, you had that move too. Wow, what a shocker. Another shocker. I saw this couple that looked like a couple of people from the Scooby-Doo gang.
When I was on the street the other day, I thought it was kind of funny. And they weren't like cosplaying or anything. They just really looked like they were directly from Scooby-Doo. Improving chess by tactics. I played Goofeld in like 2001 and beat him. I don't know, it was 2000 or 2001. I can't find what I did with the game. It's somewhere. Check. There's always A6. I mean A5, my other A6. A6. If you can push pawns, I can too. This is our last game though. The king and pawn endgame. That game was a disaster. I was probably lost in this game. Two. I am lost. Thank you guys for your donations. Senor Cafe. Oh man. Senor Cafe. Senor Cafe donated $20 16 minutes ago. Thank you, man. Senor Cafe, Awan Chess, Nedog, donating more than $100. Very generous. Bishop back to A6 again. Oh, you don't want that pawn to go any further. I love that I'm like paralyzed forever here. It's a good time. It's really been a good time. It's a good thing my king's on H7. Oh, no. Oh, that was the plan. Of course, he has that too. He just takes my pawn. It's unbelievable, dude. It's unbelievable. Does this guy ever play any games except against me? Member since March 27th, 2020. All. Classical, puzzles. Those are puzzles. Doesn't play rapid. 93 studies. Let's see his studies. No. Private studies. He does one tactical puzzle every day. What do you mean he participated in one simultaneous exhibition? He does one tactical puzzle every day. And he just plays me. Now that's a fan. Alright. Now I'm only down 4 pawns here. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. A few pawns. A few pawns among friends. He's going to fork me with knight b7 next. Check. I like how my bishop on d1 is prisoner. This is hopeless. Mein besten Parten. Alexander Aliakim. Good books. Good books, man. Signed. Signed. Really. Wow. That's cool.
Mate. Here it comes again. How does he find all these moves? Unbelievable. Every week he's the last game, right? Not this time. Oh, this is really over. Phew, bro. This is a tragedy. Running out of ideas. Literally sees everything. Easy draw. Thank you for the game. You're welcome, sire. No, thank you for playing. Alright, so did I lose both to the team? It's great when you play a simul and you lose to the same player more than once. What is this, like a rebuy simul? I wonder what his best score in one simul was. Like 4-1 or something like that. He's probably got like 6 entries in on a rare occasion, on a good day. This is definitely stalemate material here. Sire. Push a pawn, any pawn. You have to push a pawn. Can I draw with ops color bishops 4 pawns down? That's easy, right? It's a standard ops color bishop position. I've heard of 3 pawns down, but 4. 4 is kind of pushing the envelope a little. He's not making progress. Yet. Well, thanks for at least like letting me move my bishop once. It's appreciated. It's only a little awkward. Who do? 2,500 US dollars? Signed by the who? The New York Times report on the chess match of the century, Roberts Richard with Harold C. Schonberg, Al Horwitz, and Samuel Reshevsky. Signed, but by the who? Robert? Yeah, I guess if you're going to get an autograph, as far as chess autographs go, I really don't know, but I would assume like Fischer's pretty valuable. You know, he probably didn't sign them any autographs. Compared to the average world champion. I'm sure like Garry Kasparov has signed like 10 times as many autographs as Bobby Fischer. What is $2,500 US? That's for Aliakin? Progresso soup. Well, this is fun, isn't it? I mean, the bishops... You could get checkmated here, right? For black, somehow. Theoretically. Bishops. Bishop to pawn 4. Trifunovic, Robert, and Boris. Signed by Boris Johnson. How much for a Boris Johnson autograph? Uh-oh. Why did I go there? Why did I go there? Now I can move my light square bishop. He's built a wall. He's a Republican. Build a wall. Do the roar. Oh no. Mm-hmm. The eBay rabbit hole. Oh no. Use the eBay command. Nedog missed the days when I was selling my stuff on eBay. You could have bought my eBay stuff. Asterbait bought stuff from me on eBay. Maybe we got rid of the eBay command. It's still there, the remnants of my previous life. It's eBay probably has a deal with like Twitch or something. Like once you put in an eBay command, it shall never be removed. It's probably some kind of deal. It doesn't make sense though, because eBay's owned by... Actually, who does own eBay now? Amazon owns Twitch. Who owns eBay? Or is eBay still its own thing? It's hard to believe. You like eBay and baseball bats. If you want to get a deal on a baseball bat, I mean, eBay is definitely the place to go. Absolutely no doubt about it. I mean, it depends on what kind of baseball bat you're talking about. Like to beat the shit out of someone, you can get that anywhere. but a special baseball bat, something valuable, like a historical one, you got to find someone really stupid selling them for cheap on eBay, and then troll them by insulting them and stuff. After you buy it, tell them like they're an idiot and you're gonna resell it for like $10 million. I'm just asking for a friend. Check. You like eBay for rare books? Uh-oh. I like to buy live shellfish on eBay. And pangolins. Hippopotami. Hippopotamus stem cells. The old bookshops in Boston are closed. Not just that, like everything, basically. That was cool. Can I get stalemate? How's my stalemate chances here? You're telling me it's not good? Oh, that's a bad move. That was my worst move of the day. That's really bad. Ugh. Maybe there's a mate somewhere. Sees everything. No stalemate, nothing. Unbelievable. Man, I resign. I can't believe this game, man. You're so lucky. I had such a good position. I can't believe it. This is sick, dude. I have a tremendous position. +2. Plus 2.4. It's like there's no way I can lose this. This is ridiculous. F4 dubious. Well, what do you want me to play? It wants me to play bishop takes d5. It seems kind of committal. Well, watch this. Watch this, what I did here. Rook h1, knight e7, g4, b4. Totally random. This is a mistake. Okay, whatever. But watch this. I just hang my f4 pawn. I mean, this is unbelievable, right? It's not important, or is that important? That pawn on f4? Do you think that might be important? I mean, seriously? Why would I even take, with the queen anyway? Like, it's stupid. I could take with the bishop. My queen is better here. It's like centralized. I don't know what would induce me to take with the queen there because I'm attacking your knight. Who cares? Why would I take with the queen? I mean, I'm down to 2 minutes and I'm just trying to make moves. And then this. I mean, obviously queen d2, c3, queen c1. I can still try to keep the c3 pawn protected. The f4 pawn. Sorry, Freud. God, guys, this was ugly. And I battled back to a draw at one point. Dude, this is crazy. The engine says it's a draw. Oh my god. I could have held after knight d6, bishop takes c6. 2 pawns down. I had no time, but I was afraid. I mean, I figured simplifying is bad, but my a pawn is really strong. So, yeah, bad. That was very bad. 8 inaccuracies, 9 mistakes, and 1 blunder by me. And obviously Sybil is a computer because they have 8 inaccuracies, 1 mistakes, 4 blunders. I just don't know why it's like against certain players I always blunder the most, you know. It seems like against him it's like a disaster. Them, they. Their pronouns are them and they. Me Boyd, we just won. ABC FIGM, I gave him a draw here. Perfect game. But White is a little better. I mean, you offered a draw early. You don't like losing, do you? I mean, White is definitely a little better here. I would love to play this game if I had more time. Queenside majority is not a joke. Slenderina. What was interesting today? Notch Pop, I got a draw on that. Is that really a draw, that final position? Wow, it really is. I was lucky there. I was busted. Another horrible game by both of us. No bleeping computers. What was interesting though? Oh, Resident Spectre fell into a trap. Schumacher lost. Cyrano left early. Nefedov also offered a draw, also in a slightly worse position. And I'm so nice to you guys. But every time I like decline Nefedov's draws, I always lose. It seems like here I'm way better than I thought. I thought White was just slightly better, but it's like plus 1.7. So where did he go wrong, actually? Yeah, I thought this was a strange move. That knight just it performs important functions. I was telling Mr. Coffey about this. The knight f6 is kind of a weird move by Nefedov. I don't understand why he just doesn't take. Vladislav Kovalev. Which Kovalev is that now? You're making that up. Ulrich Zai. Anyway, not an exciting game, but 2 generous draws by me. But what else? What was interesting today? Alwyn chess was a good battle. Yurun was a good battle. Mr. Coffee melted down. What happened there, bro? You can analyze this later. Where did we leave book there, by the way? Nakamura! You were playing like Nakamura. Mr. Coffee? And I didn't think Queen C2 was bad, but it's apparently not as good as Knight D2. It's okay. H3 was a little slow. Rook E1 going down the... Well, you have E4 here. Oh my god. You have this. Well, that's good to remember. Knight takes E4, Rook E1. Knight takes e4, rook e1. That's a nice trick to know about. F5, and then knight g5. I'm going to have to give the pawn back. Or not. No, it's a mess. Anyway, Mr. Coffee, brave to go into this d5 stuff. But, you know, in a vacuum, until you know better, you should stick with the kind of, like, standard. Oh, by the way, e4 may be playable. Okay, Karpov might have played that. I don't remember. e4 is actually playable. Wow. Michael Rode lost. Michael Rode, Udasin. Good for Udasin. So e4 is actually playable. B6 dubious. Yeah, I guess my move order is a little risky. You know, but I know that's been played by people. What's that net out? You donated $29,000 and 987. We're almost to the goal of 30,000. All right. No, I seriously want to see if we have any good games. Pirate with a crazy game. Water Champ. This Miyamoto, Musashi, that was crazy. Astrobate, what happened, bro? You just like resigned in a perfectly good position. Astrobate resigned. Oh no, you timed out. He timed out. He's not lost and he timed out. I thought you were gonna sack a knight on a6, unsoundly. But good job. What's up with that rook g1 thing? Is this sound? Wow. Queen g5 is just analysis, but knight f3 novelty. Queen g2. This is theoretically important, although it may not be good for white. It was interesting. Queen h3, rook g3. And I should have played queen h5. What does that do? I don't understand. What does queen h5 do? I mean, after rook g5. Oh, wow. I'm supposed to go to h6. Okay, so rook g3 is probably not necessary. You should just go here directly and only play rook g3 if you have to. Interesting, Astrobate. Nice prep there. You weren't necessarily lost in the final position. It is a nice outpost you've got for your knight there. I was like tempted to take it, you know, but that would be a huge mistake. But it's also like unpleasant to live with a knight. I mean, I could play bishop c8 and then eventually king a7 and kick him out with b6. Get out of here, Astrobate. What about your pawn recapture? Let's see. You had no choice. Okay. What about the knight d4 move? That wasn't good. Yeah, e4. I expected e4. You should have done e4. Okay, and Hendry Boys was kind of a weird game. Ruslan Bear was a weird game. What happened with Ruslan Bear? I got mated in one, and I never knew about it. Holy bejesus. You guys didn't tell me I got mated in one by Ruslan Bear. What the hell happened here? He sacks a knight unsoundly. Since when does he play like that? So this was perfectly okay. And rook h6 is a blunder. Oh my god. Wow. I looked at this. I just like, I didn't believe it. I could go back though. You know, I'm thinking like I have to go to e5. You can just go back. I mean, that's not a problem. Man. I can't believe I let you mate me in one. Rook h6 question mark. So I was actually fine. And I could have played knight f4, which I don't know why I didn't. It was a mistake. Rook g7. He finds queen f3, only move. And now queen g5. And now he finds queen f6 check. And I mated myself in one. I don't understand what's wrong with me, you know? What is wrong with me? That's pretty insane right there. I thought he resigned, but I got mated. So anyway, I gotta go, but Greengrocer was crazy, huh? This was one of the craziest games I've ever seen. Who invents this gambit? He invented a new gambit here. Oh, wow. He didn't invent it. It's been played before, and it's sound. Wow, Natasha Bojkovic, 2002. This is sound. D4. D4, the engine actually wants to play D4 for a while. So CD4, you can play E5 and transpose back. I get that. And that happened. But what about like CD4? Well, I mean, you're going to transpose back. This is the critical test. Knight takes D5, Knight B8, and then there's no freaking games. I can't believe this, man. There's no games. I'm telling you, this is so weird. There's no games. Of course, on lichess, there'll be like a million games. I actually played a good game. I just can't believe this has never been played against me before. It's such a logical gambit. I mean, how the heck can no one have played this before? He's better. And then I thought I was okay, but he has this bishop g5 thing. And I'm in trouble again. And then he misses queen h4. Forcing me to have to make this catastrophic weakening on my king's side. He misses queen h4 and plays this instead. And then plays queen h4 here, sacking a piece. It's crazy. e5, rook e3. And the computer thinks that white has compensation for the sacrificed piece. Oh my god. Wow. That's so really weird. That was really weird, man. He just went berserk and then lost. But he had compensation. It's really a strange game. Alright, last game. This was weird. He played Bodler attack. I didn't love the way this game went. But f4 is a mistake. f4, d5, bam. And this is nuts. This is just nuts. I mean, this is like lost for white. But somehow I messed it up. I almost messed this up. It felt like I was messing it up. I was winning all the way, but 1.4 got a little too close. That was fortunate. All right, any other games, guys? I gotta go. Boy, that was a bad Benoni. Actually, what happened there? How did I get such a good position against Boy? Oh, Boy played the King's Indian. Okay, the white side of King's Indian. Resident Inspector fell for the trap. Schumacher. What was up with Schumacher? By the way, how did we like go wrong here. The Benoni, Ivanchuk played the Benoni, plays everything. Castle, knight f3, b5, knight b5, rook e8. So I had this game once in Vegas in a blitz tournament where I was white. Now I remember it. You know, I was white and my opponent played this against me and I got a good game. Right. Bishop takes e4, rook e8, and you're supposed to play... If I was white, I would even know this, but this has been analyzed. Yeah. Knight g5. So I'm the one that messed up, not you. As always, I got confused. Yeah, this line is really good for white. Yeah, you just have to play knight g5. And, like, black's clearly worse. I'm such an idiot. I always get confused. I'm supposed to play rook e8, and then you have a bunch of different moves. Alright. Yeah, I played it more with white than with black. I'm just not used to playing it with black. It's weird. Hendry Boys, Nur. What about Awen chess? What's going on in that game? Well, that was the weird opening. By the way, how was the Kraken? We didn't really get any proper Krakens today. This was just a solid game by black. Very solid. Nothing really happened. I was equalized. I equalized with white. Congratulations. Knowledge Papa. Corp. Selin. Synced them up. Blundered. Resonance. Yes. Corsica played. Too fast. Nefedov. Yurun. What was my game against Yurun? E4, C5. Yeah, that's weird. You know, Yurun, if you play this modern defense, you're supposed to play E5. Or you can play the King's Indian if you want to. And C5 is not really good. You managed to get like a semblance of a reasonable position though somehow. I didn't really love this. Did I mess it up completely? Yes. What a game. 87% accuracy. You almost pulled it off, man. Bishop takes, you allowed bishop takes h5. And then I sacked the pawn on h3. And he didn't take it. You know, I was surprised that you didn't take that. He smelled a rat, but it wasn't really that clear. Good games. Alright guys, good games. Nice job getting checkmated against Ruslan Bear. 18 wins, 5 draws, 2 losses. Thanks everyone for watching and for your support. Nedog, $69. Mr. Kafe, Senior Kafe, 20. And Awen with the donation as well. Thank you guys. We're up to 1639.1. So we'll be back at it this week, and I've got 3 weeks till the World Senior to raise the remaining funds. Thanks, Move 11. Long live the Kraken. I hope you're feeling better, Move 11. Talk to you guys later. Thanks, Mr. Coffee, Mr. Coffee, Senor Cave. Thank you guys. Bye-bye.